Shema Shema Israel, Shema Israel, Yahuwah. Shema Shema Israel, wake up, Israel, wake up, Israel, wake up, wake up, wake up, Israel, wake up, Israel, wake up. Israel, wake up, Israel, Shema, Israel, Shema, Hear, O Israel, Yahoo, Eloheinu, Yahoo, is one, He 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 is one. Unified in harmony, inseparable, unshakable, inseparable, unshakable. His will is one, His mind is one, His word is one, His word is one, His Torah is one, His Torah is one, His commandments are one, His desire is one. His love is one. His love, His love, His love is one, is one, is one, is one. His bride is one. Israel is one. His bride is one. Israel, Israel, his bride is one. Israel is one. His bride is one. His bride is one. Hear, O Israel, the time is now. The time is now. Heed the call. Heed the call. Heed the calling of Yahuwah to his bride. His sheep know his voice. His sheep know his voice. Are you listening? Israel, are you listening? Israel, are you listening? Israel, are you listening? His word is one. His word is one. His word is one. His word is one. And his spirit is one. The spirit is one spirit, one Father, one Savior, Messiah, Yahushua. Oh, are you hearing? Are you hearing the call? Are you hearing the call? Oh, Israel, let he who has an ear hear what the Ruach is saying, what the Ruach is crying out, what the Ruach is saying, what the Ruach is crying out. I want you to be one. I want you to be one. I want you to be one. The olive the Alpha, Omega, beginning and end. 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 The Alpha, Omega, beginning and the Amen.
Hear, O Yisrael. Yahuwah, our Elohim. Yahuwah is one. And you shall love Yahuwah, your Elohim, with all your heart and with all your being and with all your might. And these words which I am commanding you today shall be in your heart, and you shall impress them upon your children, and shall speak of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise up, and shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. And you shall write them on the doorpost of your house and on your gates. The second is like it. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. On these two commands hangs all the Torah and prophets. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Shabbat Shalom, beloved of Yahuwah. Glad all of you are here. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Netzarim channel. So I hope you enjoyed the opening song. If that doesn't get the Ruach flowing, I don't know what will. Beautiful song played by our beloved brother, Devoted to Yah. You can find him on the YouTube channel, Devoted to Yah. The name of the song, Shema, means hear in Hebrew. All righty, so we got a really good broadcast study this evening. It was about to reveal a lot of secrets this evening, so I urge each and every single one of you to stick around and show you who you serve and who you love by staying on this channel and worshiping and praising him this evening, no matter how long he decides to teach us. After all, how bad do you want deliverance? How bad do you want it? Show Yahuwah this evening how bad you desire his deliverance. So we'll get started here in just a moment. We'll be exploring the great I am of the Torah and talking about wisdom. But before we get started, let me say hello to a few people in the chat room like we do every week. And we'll get going. So generally we, greet the person and then we read their comment. And then we get started. So that's what we're going to do. All right, so here we go. John Osborne, welcome. Glad you're here. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Peggy Russell, welcome. Glad you're here. Shalom, Brother Mark and everyone. Sandra Brunston, glad you're here. Shema. Shema's Hebrew. It simply means here. Ali Shiba Seven, welcome. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah. June and Joe love you. And we love you back. Levi Davis, welcome. Shabbat Shalom, Mishpaka. Glad you're here, Levi. Ann Dupre, glad you're here. Shabbat Shalom, Mishpaka. Welcome. Busy girl, welcome. Sister Jocelyn, glad you're here. Hallelujah. So happy to be here with Yahusha and all of you. Brother Pete Anderson, glad you're here. Shabbat Shalom, love and truth to all in the belief of or in Yahusha. Praise Yah. And all esteem to Yah. Glad you're here. Baruch haba. Baruch Yahuwah. Praise Yah. Sister Rose Wright, glad you're here. Hallelujah. Early Shabbat Shalom. Yeah, it doesn't get dark till about 8:30 here in Texas. So yeah, we get started early this time of year. We have a regular human channel. Welcome. Glad you're here. Baruch haba through Yahusha. I'm pretty new here. I'll love to get in this Zoom. Yeah, if you want to come in and be seen and heard, and you're welcome to come in tomorrow during the Netzarim Assembly. We have a scripture study group tomorrow on this same channel, starting at 12 o'clock noon or 12 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, depending on where you're at. And we have 10 openings. You're more than welcome to come on in to one of them and read scripture with us, talk, communicate, give your opinion, or share what the Ruach has given you. I really don't open this Zoom up, on the sixth evening, but I haven't in a long time. But tomorrow is the time to come in if you want to do that. 12 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the same channel. Sister Kate Connell, welcome. Shalom all. Lou and Phyllis White, welcome. Praise Yahusha for another Shabbat. Oh, here we go with the one I can't pronounce. I'm sorry, so sorry. Edurado Calria. Welcome. Shabbat Shalom, Netzarim family. I thank you for one more day of rest and for giving us great teachers. Sister Rose Wright, welcome. Good to see everyone. Sow seeds of love, and the seed is the word of Yahuwah. Brother Mark, welcome. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Yahukachan, welcome, Brother Chance. Shabbat Shalom, brothers and sisters. Brother Mark, Ru Mamu, Yahuwah, Zabaoth, HaKadesh, Echad, Shah, Yasharel, hallelujah, favor and peace to all the Kadeshim in Edna, Yahusha, HaMashiach, with love always, hallelujah. And Debbie Elby, welcome. Shabbat Shalom, Netzarim Mishpaka. Chris Trykowski, welcome. Shabbat Shalom with love from Amber and Chris. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah, hallelujah. Well, welcome, Chris and Amber. Glad you are here. Tracy Schaefer, welcome. Glad you're here. Shabbat Shalom. Thank you for what you do, Mark. All esteem to Yahusha. Thank you for being here. Brother Isaiah Diaz, man. Glad you're here, brother. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Welcome, Isaiah. Brother Yahudru, welcome. Yada, yada. Yahuwah, Mishpaka. Praise, praise. Yahuwah, our Alua. Welcome, Yahuwah Drew. Brother Andrew. Rich Vitality, welcome. Glad you are here. I like the study of I am. Now we're going to get into it here in a moment. It's going to be very powerful stuff, so stick around. Adamist. Shabbat Shalom. Glad you're here. Mr. Three Jobs. Glad you're here, Brother John. I'm here. We see you're here, and we welcome you here. Stick around and stay here. Ike, welcome. Shabbat Shalom to all. Welcome, Brother Ike. Kings and Queens Coaching Group. Welcome. Glad you're here. Shalom. Valerie, yeah. Welcome, Valerie. Glad you are here. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. All right. So, you know what? I forgot to put in my greetings. I'll just do that right now. Shabbat Shalom. Beloved of Yahuwah, and that is you. Each and every single one of you. Shabbat Shalom. Have a peaceful Sabbath. A Sabbath rest, a peace. So there we go. Shabbat Shalom, beloved of Yahuwah. All right. What happened to me? Oh, there we go. Oh, something weird happened. That's always something. Always weird happens. I don't know, man. Somebody don't like us doing this. I wonder who that could be. Well, too bad. We're going to do it anyway. No matter what it takes. So I'm glad all of you are here. If I missed you in the chat room, it surely wasn't intentional. I would never do anything like that. Though I have been accused of missing people intentionally, but I've never done that, and I never would do that because everyone's welcome here on the Netzarim channel. every time, anytime, and all the time they did broadcasts live from the great state of Texas. And so here we go. Our Shabbat study will now commence, and we'll allow Yahusha to take it away. And Yahuwah is who teaches us through his chosen vessels. And so all esteem to Yahuwah in the name of Yahusha. Okay, so here we go. The great I am. So Psalms 8:1. We go to Psalms 8:1. I'm using the BYNV translation. If y'all have it, if it pleases you, please read along. If you are able to learn better without reading along, then that's cool too. Just sit and listen, and that's the way you learn the best. And then, by all means, go for it. But those who like to read along, in the BYNV, Psalms 8:1, and it says, "O Yahuwah, our master, how excellent is your name in all the eretz, or earth, you who set your splendor above the heavens, or the Shemayim." So Yahuwah his name is majestic. It's extremely powerful. And his desire is for us to know his name, and not only to know his name, but to use his name. This tells us one very, very important thing about Yahuwah. If he wants us to know his name and to use his name, then he is desiring to have a full-blown, intimate relationship with us on a personal level basis. Shakespeare, which I think we're all familiar with, once wrote, "What is in a name? That which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet." And so the point here through Shakespeare was that names don't really matter. But boy, oh boy, was he mistaken. He was wrong. Unfortunately, this mindset carries over into today's world as well. And people still believe that names do not matter, but they do. Names, although they're very small in context, is huge as an identifier. And so the name identifies who we are speaking about or speaking to, or who is speaking to us. So extremely vital, important identifier. No matter how small the name appears in context, it is probably the most important word in the context. So Shakespeare here essentially was saying that it doesn't really matter what someone or something is being called. The material essence of a thing matters more than its name. But the scriptures of truth tells us differently. It teaches the opposite. So we should listen and obey Yahuwah rather than listen or obey man. Matter of fact, according to the scriptures of truth, names do matter, and they matter a lot. Every Hebrew name has a meaning, and so becomes even more critical. And names, especially in the Hebrew culture, have great significance since they stand for something or reveal something about a person's character. There are even several instances when Yahuwah changed the names of some people in the scriptures, effectively giving them new capacities. For an example, Abram's name was changed to Abraham, meaning that he would be the father of nations, not only the father of Israel, but also the father of the Gentiles. And remember, Abraham was a Gentile when Yahuwah first called him out of the world. Matter of fact, Abraham entered the covenant with Yahuwah before he was circumcised. Another example is Sarai. Her name was changed to Sarah. And Jacob, or Jacob's name, was changed to Yisrael. Now, a lot of people, controllers mainly, try to or want us to believe that Yahuwah has many names, but they confuse what a name is. Yahuwah only has one name, Yah, which in Hebrew means I am. They confuse titles and roles, attributes, modes with a name, suffixes with a name, which they are not. So Yahuwah has many offices, holds many offices, attributes, roles, modes, but he only has one name. His name clarifies what he is doing at the time while he is interacting with humanity. And so he attaches these different roles or offices or suffixes or titles to his name. It's just like we do, like Dr. Smith, and so forth and so on. So Yahuwah unveils what he is doing while he's interacting with mankind in scriptures through these epithets. An epithet, okay? So an epithet, okay, is when someone is called by an expression or a title or a descriptive name. And the word for this is, that summarizes all of them together, is epithet. Okay. And so we should particularly be alert and note these epithets because not because they're his name, because they're not, but because they reveal who he is, as well as aspects of his character, promises, his authority, and his power. Because Yahuwah is so massive, so great is he, that these epithets must be attached or accompany his name, because his name alone is not enough to fully portray all of who he is for us. But it is also extremely important to focus on his one true personal name, Yah, which is in Hebrew, I am. So I've heard many people say that Yahuwah does not want us to know him intimately or personally. He only wants us to fear him and reverence him from a distance. And he does not want us to call him by name. And they point to the third commandment. It says, you do not cast the name of Yahuwah your Elohim to ruin. And they say if we use his name in any way, that we are casting it to ruin. But this is not true. Most definitely, Yahuwah wants us to know his name and call him by his name. And he does want a personal, intimate relationship with us, as in a marriage between a man and a woman, being one in mind, one in spirit, one in importance, one in goals, everything. Matter of fact, knowing his name is a fulfillment of prophetic prophecy in the scriptures of truth. Since Yahuwah declared that in these last days that we are in, his people will know his name. And so we see a fulfillment of scriptures in the fact that people today know his name. Yahuwah doesn't say in the last days people will not know my name. He says in the last days his people will know his name. So look at Isaiah 52. Isaiah 52, 6. Says, therefore my people shall know my name in that Yom, for I am the one who is speaking. See, it is I. So here we see Yahuwah saying that his people will know his name in that day, meaning the end times, and those who call upon Yahuwah's name will be delivered. And in that day, they will know that it is Yahuwah who prophesied this, as well. The scripture also tells us that in these last days, those who call upon Yahuwah's name will be delivered. Go to Joel or Acts 2:31-32. So Joel 2. 31 and 32. Let's back up to 28. Joel 2:28 to 32. And after this it shall be that I pour out my ruach on all flesh, and your sons and your daughters shall prophesy. Your old men dream dreams, your young men see visions. And also on the male servants and on the female servants I shall pour out my ruach in those days. And I shall give signs in the Shemaim and upon the Arets, blood and fire and columns of smoke. The sun is turned into darkness and the moon into blood before the coming of the great and awesome day of Yahuwah. And it shall be that everyone who calls on the name of Yahuwah shall be delivered. For on Mount Zion and in Jerusalem there shall be an escape, as Yahuwah has said, and among the survivors who Yahuwah calls. Very powerful stuff right there. So just as those people who know Yahuwah's name will be delivered by calling on it in the last days, Yahuwah's name was involved in the deliverance of the Hebrew people, the children of Israel, from Mitzrayim, from Egypt. When Yahuwah sent Moses on a divine mission to liberate the nation of Israel from the oppression of bondage in Egypt, the very first thing Moses wanted to know was Yahuwah's name. So look at Exodus 3:13. Exodus 3:13. It says, and Moses said to Elohim, see, when I come to the children of Israel and say to them, the Elohim of your fathers has sent me to you. And they say to me, what is his name? What shall I say to them? So Moses knew that he could not go to the children of Israel in bondage in his own name as a leader or deliverer. And so he knew that he would have to know a much higher authority to present to them and his name in order for them to listen to him directly. So even though Moses had been raised up in Pharaoh's court, he did not have the power or the authority to release the slaves. But when he came, or if he would come in the majestic name of Yahuwah Elohim, the Israelites would no doubt know that the Elohim of Israel was about to set them free from slavery, even if Pharaoh opposed it. The children of Israel was in slavery for 400 years, but they dwelled in the land of Egypt for 430 years. According to Exodus 12:40, Exodus 12:40, it says, and the sojourn of the children of Israel who lived in Egypt was 430 years. And so they were slaves for 400 years, but they lived there for 30 years before they became slaves under the Pharaoh that knew Joseph. So Christianity likes to define Yahuwah's name as I am who I am, or I am that I am. In Exodus 3:14, it says, and Elohim said to Moses, Ahaya Asher Ahaya, which they say, and he said, thus you shall say to the children of Israel, Ahaya has sent me to you. And so they say that Ahaya Asher Ahaya is translated as I am who I am, or I am that I am. And but this is not exactly true. Yes, Yahuwah did say to Moses, Ahaya Asher Ahaya. This is true. And he did say that this is what you shall say to the children of Israel, Ahaya has sent me to you. But when Moses stood before Yahuwah at the burning bush, or in the burning bush, inquiring, and Moses was inquiring about his name, let's say, let me clear that up. When Moses stood before Yahuwah at the beginning, Yahuwah was in the burning bush. And Moses inquired about his name, wanting to know what his name was. Yahuwah understood how important it was that Moses was able to reveal to the children of Israel this important piece of information. Yahuwah knew that the children of Israel would not follow anyone. In response, Yahuwah told Moses, Ahaya Asher Ahaya, or simply Ahaya has sent me to you. Even written in most English translations, they translate this as I am who I am, and Ahaya as simply I am. Out of all the ways that Yahuwah uses epithet to reveal himself, this epithet here is the key. It's the key epithet of Yahuwah because it tells us some extremely essential information about who Yahuwah is. The Hebrew alphabet gives a huge clue to the meaning behind this name. The fact that it begins with the Aleph, the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet is an indication or indicative of the future tense. Therefore, the name is better translated as I will be who I will be. And better yet, or more simpler to understand, it can be translated as I will be there, since it's indicative of the future tense. So this information should give us confidence and encouragement and encourage us, since we can understand now that Yahuwah is not only with us right now, but he goes ahead of us into our future, which may be unknown to us, but is completely known to Yahuwah. Yahuwah is trustworthy and will be whatever we need him to be, not only in the present, right now, but also in any situation that we will be facing in the future, because he says he will be there, or he is there. Yahuwah is not restricted by the tenses. The past, the present, and the future are his creation. They restrict us, not him. So Yahuwah is saying, when he says, I will be who I will be, or I will be whatever I choose to be in any circumstance, means he will be our provider, our healer, our deliverer, our redeemer, our banner, our protector. In essence, Yahuwah is saying through his name that I will be that for you. Whatever it is, I will be that for you. So in its full essence, this name conveys a sense of both the timelessness and timeliness of Yahuwah, the Elohim, who was and who is coming. Who is coming? Yahusha. So Yahusha is Yahuwah, who is coming. He gives us this revelation in Revelations 4:8. Fully reveals it to us in Revelations 4:8. Let's look at it. Revelations 4:8 says, and the four living creatures, each having 6 wings, which are seraphim, were covered with eyes around and within, and they do not cease day or night, saying, Kadesh, 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 Yahuwah Al Shaddai, who was and who is coming. So we can see this as a definition of the name as well, but also that he lives in all tenses. And it reveals a very important secret, that it is Al Shaddai, Yahuwah Al Shaddai, who is coming to deliver his people at the end of Armageddon. The second coming of Yahushua is the coming of the great I Am of the Tanakh. They're one. I'm going to go back to Exodus 3. Okay, so there's a thing in Greek called the tetragrammaton. And this is basically means 4 letters. Okay, so the tetragrammaton is Y, or in Hebrew, Yod, and then an H, or in Hebrew, a He, and then a U, which is in Hebrew, Ua, and then another Yod, another He, which in Hebrew, another H, which in Hebrew is He. So Yod, He, Ua, He. Okay, and so this Yahuwah also says to Moses, I am Yahuwah. I appeared to Abraham, to Yitzhak, and to Yaakov as Al Shaddai. And by my name, Yahuwah, I did make myself known to them. And so this is written in Exodus 6. Unfortunately, there's a big error in most translations. It appears here in this passage. So Exodus 6, 2 and 3 says, this is the way it should say it. And Elohim spoke to Moses and said to him, I am Yahuwah. And I appeared to Abraham, to Yitzhak, and Yaakov as Al Shaddai. And by my name, Yahuwah, was I not known to them? And so this is proof that Yahuwah was seen by Abraham, but it also is a huge indicator that Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov was calling on his name. All right, so most translations mess this up basically because of a comma, and they put on there that and Yaakov is Al Shaddai, but my name, Yahuwah, I did not make myself known to them. And the reason it's saying that is because of the misunderstanding where the comma goes. Okay, so the reason that happened was because in the Hebrew text, in the scrolls, there was no punctuation marks. There was no periods, no question marks, no exclamation marks. There was no commas. There wasn't even any capital letters. Okay. And so there was no paragraphs either. And so when it was written on the scroll, the Hebrew text, it was just constant flow of words. And so when they decided to put this down in another language, they attempted to decipher it and separate it by capital letters, by periods, by sentences, by paragraphs, and so forth and so on, and chapters. And because there was none there originally, they had to guess where to put the punctuation marks. And where to start a chapter and end a chapter. And that's why you see chapters are all messed up. Sometimes the conversation does end at the end of a chapter and the new one begins at the next chapter, but it's not always so. A lot of times the chapter it starts or in the middle of a conversation. And so because they didn't know really, they were guessing at where the chapters started and ended, or even sentences began and ended, and they did not know. So that's why this error happened. They simply put the comma in the wrong place. So in scriptures, Yahuwah reveals his name, the name above all names, his divine, his sacred name. And according to the Greeks, it's a 4-letter proper name. And they even go as far as suggesting or teaching that there are no vowels in the Hebrew language, written language. But this is not true. Matter of fact, I don't think you could convince a 3rd grader that there's a language that exists without vowels. So silly. So back to Exodus 3:15, Yahuwah goes further. And the first thing he does is give Moses the definition of who he is, or what he will do, and what he will be for the people. He'll be whatever they need him to be. And then he doesn't stop there. Then he gives him the big gun to use. And he says, and Elohim said further to Moses, thus you are to say to the children of Israel, Yahuwah, Elohim of your fathers, Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Yitzchak, and the Elohim of Jacob has sent me to you. This is my name forever, and this is my remembrance to all generations. Go, and you shall gather the elders of Israel together and say to them, Yahuwah, Elohim of your fathers, the Elohim of Abraham, of Yitzchak, and of Jacob appeared to me, saying, I have indeed visited you and seen what is done to you in Mitzrayim, or Egypt. So here Yahuwah goes further and actually tells Moses what his name is, his sacred divine name, the meaning behind the Tetragrammaton, YHUH. Now, the controllers like to put a V in there or a W rather than a U. And this is okay originally because the W, which is 2 U's, back-to-back U's, that's why they call it a double U, was supposed to make the same sound as the U in Hebrew, which is oo, like in cool, oo. And the V in Latin was supposed to do the same thing. It was supposed to say or sound like the Hebrew U, oo. It wasn't V or va or W, wa, until much later after it changed, after it morphed into a different sound. So it doesn't really matter that if they put V or W in there, as long as you still pronounce the Tetragrammaton as it was originally meant to be pronounced, with the oo sound, not the va or the wa. If you're going to use the va or the wa, then you need to take the V or the W out of the tetragrammaton and not use it and replace it with a U so that you pronounce it correctly, like ooh, like it's supposed to be. So, in the scriptures of truth, Yahuwah does in fact reveal his name. Sadly, most people, even Jewish people today, in their Tanakh or even their JPS, will not use his true name. They still will not speak this personal name, and they say it is out of reverence for his set apartness and fear of transgressing the third commandment, which they say forbids using Yahuwah's name. But it really does not. It says, do not cast the name of Yahuwah your Elohim to ruin. Meaning, don't treat it like it's common, and by not using it, you are taking it to ruin. You're casting it to ruin by not using it because you're denying his name, which he himself revealed to Moses in Exodus chapter 3. Matter of fact, he says, this is my name forever, meaning he's not going to change his name ever. So it wasn't Yahuwah who changed his name then, because Yahuwah says, this is my name forever, and this is my remembrance to all generations. So it could not have been Yahuwah who changed his name or forbid his name. It was man or demons, the devil, somebody. It sure wasn't Yahuwah who changed his name or substituted his name or replaced it with a device. These devices are part of the devil's and the children of darkness stratagem. These people are at war with Yahuwah's election of his people. And obviously they hate his name because it contains power and majesty. And they hate it because they hate him and they hate you. So they hide the name, replace it with devices. This proves that they're your enemy. And you are their enemy. Rather than using his true name, his sacred divine name that he gave Moses, the controllers instead choose to substitute his name with devices such as LORD or GOD. And the Jewish people of today like to substitute it with Hashem, which means the name. Christians, or the controllers, the magisterium, or the Nicolaitans, whatever you want to call them, I call them controllers. They replaced his name with a forgery. And the forgery is Jehovah. And Jehovah is a Hebrew word, Yehovah, not Jehovah, but Yehovah. And it means in the Hebrew language ruin or wicked. And the J-man, Jesus, is not a Hebrew name whatsoever, but it is a Greek name. And in Greek, in Hebrew, it means nothing. That tells us right off the get-go, it's not a Hebrew name. It can't be. It has to, if it's a Hebrew name, it has to mean something. It has to tell us something about that person. But it doesn't. So therefore, it's not a Hebrew name. But it is a Greek name because there is a meaning in the Greek that is Hail Zeus, Jesus, Hail Zeus, or son of Zeus. Depending on the context you're using that name in, it could mean son of Zeus. In Latin, it also has a meaning, which is earth pig. It means earth pig in Latin. In Hebrew, his name is Yahuwah, which means who is, who was, and who is coming. And Yahusha, which means Yah, your deliverer. So which one of those, out of those four names, sounds like it would belong to the creator of the universe, the judge of the universe, our king, the majesty, sovereign, Yahuwah? Wicked or ruin, or who was, who is, and who is coming? The J-man or Yahusha? The J-man meaning Hail Zeus or son of Zeus or earth pig, or Yahusha, which means I am your deliverer, or Yah, your deliverer. Which ones? It's surely not Yeshua. Yeshua is not his name. It was fabricated, made up by the controllers to cover their tracks so that they wouldn't get caught, making everybody believe in a Greek name that means Hail Zeus. And so they say, the controllers teach, they want you to believe that Yeshua is his name in Hebrew and Jesus is his name in English. And that's falsehood. Yeshua is simply a common Hebrew name which means save or salvation. It became a proper noun because they labeled him with that name and attached it to him, and so became a name. But really, it's not. It's a common Hebrew word which means save or salvation, Yeshua. And you can find that truth in your Strong's Concordance, H3444. So the divine or sacred, if you will, or the true name must comprise of the Hebrew letters Yod, He, Uah, He. The controllers have technically attached to these Hebrew letters a word called tetragrammaton. Okay. And this is a combination of two Greek words that mean four and letters. So 4 letters. Tetra, 4. Grammaton, letters. Since the original Hebrew text used Yod, He, Uah, He, then we must understand what these 4 letters are. the controllers, would have you believe that it is impossible to determine the exact pronunciation of this name because it contains no vowels. That's hogwash. Matter of fact, these 4 letters are 4 vowels. They're not letters as in consonants. They are vowels, such as A, E, I, O, and U, Y, and sometimes W. So since they have put this propaganda out there that Yahuwah's name is 4 letters and doesn't contain any vowels, it remains a heavy subject of debate, speculation, and controversy. And it is often transcribed by the controllers in English as Yahweh or Jehovah. And this in itself reveals their lies. First, they tell you the name is impossible to know, the true pronunciation of the name, and impossible to determine the exact pronunciation of this name because it's 4 letters that doesn't contain any vowels. But then they turn right around and speak out the other side of their mouth and say that his name is Yahweh or Jehovah. Well, I thought they couldn't determine the exact pronunciation. And so why are they submitting Yahweh or Jehovah, which is totally out of sync with Hebrew? There is no J. There is no W. There is not even an E in Hebrew. Definitely is not, there's no V in Hebrew. So out of these 2 names, you have 1, 2, 3, 4 letters that aren't even Hebrew. And so they have to be wrong. They cannot be right. Sometimes I think they think that we're stupid. How they double talk is amazing to me. A lot of translations, especially the English variations, won't even print the word Yahweh or Jehovah because they realize that most people aren't that dumb to buy into that, especially after they teach them that it's impossible to determine the exact pronunciation because his name, Hebrew name, doesn't have any vowels. They even say that the Hebrew language doesn't have vowels. Ridiculous. So instead, they'll just remove it totally and print and replace it with Lord in all caps, saying that that's his name. Baal in Hebrew. His name isn't Baal. In Hebrew, Lord is Adonai, but that's still not his name. So they'll replace his name with the word Lord in all caps, signifying that's his name. Or you can see this Lord printed in small caps to distinguish it from other Hebrew words that are translated Lord, or Adonai from Adonai, or Adonai, or Adoni, however you want to pronounce it. They write in their prefaces that they're doing this out of respect for the name, or out of tradition, Hebrew tradition, for respect to the Hebrews, or out of respect for the name of Yahuwah. And this is ridiculous. You're not respecting somebody's name when you replace it with whatever you want to call them. So if they come up to you and say, I'm going to call you dummy from now on, are they respecting you? Or if they call you by your name, politely call you by your name, we'll just say Susan. Are they respecting you? Yes. If they call you dummy, are they respecting you? No. So in Exodus 3, we can see 3:14 here that it says Ahaya has sent me to you. So instead of saying Ahaya, Asher Ahaya, Yahuwah breaks it down and says Ahaya has sent me to you. And so in the Hebrew, Ahaya is I am. So we can see this as I am. But the thing of it is only Yahuwah can say that. Why? Because it's in the first person. So only Yahuwah can say that. He's the only one that can say, Ahaya has sent me to you. And so here in this case, Yah means I am. So this is I am, Ahaya. I am Yah, or I will be Yah, Ahaya, I am. Okay. So immediately after telling Moses to tell the children of Israel that Ahaya, or I am, has sent me to you, Yahuwah also tells Moses to tell the children of Israel that Yahuwah, Elohim, has sent me to you. Okay, so Yahuwah Elohim has sent me to you. So Yahuwah is shown as YHUH. Many controllers, many theologians, scholars, whatever you want to call them, believe that the YHUH is actually derived from the Hebrew word to be. And therefore, they relate it to I am or I will be. This is where they come up with that. And so Yahuwah in 3:15 says, this is my name forever, and this is my remembrance to all generations, meaning that his name will never change. It's his name forever. It's the name by which he is to be remembered from generation to generation. and forever. So he says it's forever, everlasting. So Yahuwah's personal name is so closely associated with his character or his essence or his very being that he wants every generation to know and remember it. Matter of fact, if Yahuwah did change his name, it would change who he is, his character and everything. It could really be bad for humanity. And so why they insist on changing his name is beyond me. Basically cursing themselves by doing so. Matter of fact, knowing Yahuwah's name is a turning point for most people. When they discover what his real name is, his sacred divine name is, it becomes a turning point in their life. Their life changes with this knowledge because his name is the key of knowledge, wisdom. Wisdom is fear of Yahuwah is the beginning of wisdom. And we're going to get into wisdom here shortly and really deep. And you're not going to want to miss it. And so stick around. When Yahusha revealed his divine name, his sacred name, his proper name, his true name to Moses, he transformed the relationship between himself and his chosen people. It was a turning point for the children of Israel. And to understand this better, by thinking this way, if you, it's like if you know somebody, okay, but you don't know them personally, okay, just say you know them, but you don't really know them personally, okay, and then suddenly you find yourself knowing this person on a first name basis. This same person that you didn't know, that you may have been addressing as sir or madam or boss or whatever, but it certainly was not on a first name basis. But now, suddenly, you've come to know this person, and suddenly now you're on a first name basis with this person. And so this is an example of how it was why it was a turning point for the children of Israel. They were now on a first name basis with their Elohim. Yes, Yahuwah was known as Al Shaddai, which translated means Elohim, almighty or overwhelmingly mighty or almighty. But by deciphering through the error in the English translations, we can understand that they did in fact call on him by his personal name. When Abraham was 99 years old, Yahuwah appeared to him and said, I am El Shaddai. Walk before me and be blameless. Look at Genesis 17:1. And it came to be when Abraham was 99 years old that Yahuwah appeared to Abram and said to him, I am El Shaddai. Walk before me and be perfect. Now, like I said, Yahuwah is the only one that can say I am. It's because it's first person. So to us, we would say it in a third person. We would say Yah, El Shaddai. So we would say he is Yah El Shaddai, not I am El Shaddai, because only Yahuwah can say that. Look at Exodus 6:3. So it says, Exodus 6:3 says, and I appeared to Abraham, to Yitzhak and Yaakov as El Shaddai, and by my name, Yahuwah, was I not known to them. There. And so they knew him as El Shaddai, and they knew him as Yahuwah, and as Elohim as well. He changed Abram's name. He told Abraham that your name will no longer be Abram, but your name will be Abraham. For I have made you a father of many nations. So, by revealing Abraham's new name, that was a huge turning point in Abraham's life. Then everybody knew him as the father of many nations at that point. And certainly, Yahuwah showed his powerful might when he overcame Pharaoh and miraculously delivered the children of Israel from Egypt after shaming all of their mighty ones and showing his supreme power over them. So we can understand then, at this point, we should understand that during troublesome times in our own lives, we need his powerful intervention as well. And the only way to get or to use or summon that power is through his name, because he has to be the one that does it. And he will do it through you as he did through Yahusha. But you need to give him the esteem by using his name, letting everyone know that it's Yahuwah in you that is doing the miracle or the workings. The controllers and a lot of religious people foolishly put their trust in their own resources or abilities. Those who know Yahuwah, the Elohim of Israel, put their trust in his name, knowing there is safety, power, protection, healing, and refuge in the name of Elohim. Look at Psalms 20. Psalms 20. Seven says, some trust in chariots and some in horses, but we remember the name of Yahuwah, our Elohim. So we trust in the name of Yahuwah, our Elohim, the great I am of the Torah. Proverbs 18:10 says it in a very poetic way. It says, Proverbs 18:10 says, the name of Yahuwah is a strong tower, and the righteous run into it and are safe. As a covenant people, those who are in the everlasting covenant with Elohim of Abraham, we can reclaim Yahuwah's authentic name, his true name, which brings with it the accompanying power as part of our inheritance. Look at Jeremiah 16. Jeremiah 16:21 says, 16:21, therefore, see, I am causing them to know. This time I cause them to know my hand and my might, and they shall know that my name is Yahuwah. So just as Moses needed to know the name of Yahuwah to deliver the Israelites from slavery, from bondage in Egypt, we also need to know the name of Yahuwah in order to share the Basora of Yahusha with Israel, the lost sheep, and the nations. Yahusha commissioned us to make students of all the nations in Matthew 28:19. Ezekiel 39:7 says, Ezekiel 39:7 says, and I shall make my set apart name known in the midst of my people, Israel, and not let my set apart name be profaned anymore. And the nations shall know that I am Yahuwah, the set apart one in Israel. Psalms 115, 115, Psalms, verse 1 says, not to us, Yahuwah, not to us, but to your name give esteem, for your kindness, for your truth. In Psalms 45:17, says, I will cause your name, Psalms 45:17. I cause your name to be remembered in all generations. Therefore, the people praise you forever and ever. So it's extremely important to not only know his name, but also to use his name. Now, there is a first century historian in general of the Hebrew army, whose name was Yusuf ben Matithyahu in Hebrew, but is better known in the English-speaking world as Flavius Josephus. And he wrote a bunch of historical books about the first century because he was there. He lived during that time period. So in his book is The Wars of the Jews. He commented on the name of Yahuwah here. And it's in his fifth book here in the chapter 5, of his book. It's associated with a description of the temple in chapter 5. And it would be down in the paragraph 7. And he says, a mitre also of fine linen encompassed his head, which was tied by a blue ribbon, about which there was another golden crown, in which was engraved the sacred name of Elohim. It consists of 4 vowels. And so here this Hebrew man, this great renowned Hebrew man, tells us that the sacred name of Elohim consists of 4 vowels. And so his name is actually 4 vowels, and they tell you there's no vowels in his name. It's like ridiculous, but it's right here. See that yellow right there? There it is. With that in mind, turn to Ezekiel. Go to Ezekiel 28, 36 through 38. Ezekiel 28. Not Ezekiel, Exodus. I don't know why I said Ezekiel. Exodus. Back to Exodus. Exodus 28. (36 and 38) through 38. It says, and you shall make a plate of clean gold and engrave on it like the engraving of a signet, Kadesh to Yahuwah. And you shall put it on a blue cord, and it shall be on the turban. It is to be on the front of the turban, and it shall be on the forehead of Aaron. And Aaron shall bear the guilt of the set-apart gifts, which the children of Israel set apart, and all their set-apart gifts. And it shall always be on his forehead for acceptance for them before Yahuwah. So here Scripture confirms that his name was written on the turban of the high priest, Aaron, Kadesh to Yahuwah. And this first century historian in general, the Hebrew army, confirms it. He saw it with his own eyeballs, and he said, because he was an eyewitness, he saw it, in which was engraved the sacred name of Elohim. It consists of 4 vowels. So that's a powerful witness there, testimony about the name, until he debunks the controllers. Doctrine, their theories. So let's switch gears over and talk a little bit about wisdom, if you will. So let's look at, speaking of wisdom here, let's turn to what I think is an extremely important and powerful passage written in 1 Corinthians 1:30. So 1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 30. It says, and listen closely here, and of him you are in Mashiach Yahusha, who became for us wisdom from Yahuwah. So this confirms that wisdom is Yahuwah. Or we can safely say, because of what's written here, who became for us wisdom from Yahuwah, that Mashiach Yahusha is wisdom. And Yahusha Mashiach being the body of Yahuwah, fleshly body of Yahuwah, okay, is he created everything through his body. And so he became wisdom because from Yahuwah, meaning that being his body, he is his bride. And he being the head of the body or the assembly, with all the election, those who make up the temple of Yahuwah, okay, make up the assembly or the body of Yahuwah, which he dwells. And so Master Yahusha is included in the body because he's the head of the body. And so Yahuwah spiritually refers to his body as his bride, his wife, his Asha. And so therefore, it is understood that wisdom is a woman, because the bride is his Asha. This is spiritually. This is understood better by the example of a man and woman coming together in holy matrimony, in marriage, and becoming one. No longer two, but one. So what is oneness then? We can see oneness in a lot of ways, but one sure way to see oneness is to see it as indivisible unity. So 1 Corinthians 30 says, continues to say, and of him you are in Mashiach Yahusha, who became for us wisdom from Yahuwah, righteousness also. So he became our righteousness. So when Yahuwah looks at you, he sees the light of the world. And set apartness. And he became our set apartness. And redemption, our redemption. That, as it has been written, He who boasts, let him boast in Yahuwah. What a powerful, powerful verse that is. It's so powerful. It merits a little bit more time. Let's expand on it. Let's elaborate on this. 1 Corinthians 1:30. So powerful. So 1 Corinthians 1:30 explicitly says, and of him you are in Mashiach, Yahusha, who became for us wisdom from Yahuwah, righteousness also, and set apartness and redemption, that as it has been written, he who boasts, let him boast in Yahuwah. Notice this same passage is mentioning wisdom here. In Proverbs 8:11, let's go to Proverbs. So in Proverbs 8:11, it says, for wisdom is better than rubies, and all delights are not comparable to her. So let's get a look back over here at that book of Proverbs as a whole. Is a very important book, very exciting. A lot of people look at it as just, thoughts or sayings or whatever, figures of speech, but really it's a lot more than that. All right, so Proverbs is huge to understand. There's a lot of secrets in here. The entire scriptures of truth contain hundreds of verses about wisdom, but the core of scriptural wisdom is defined in Proverbs. And the definition of wisdom is to understand it as a reference of Elohim, combined with practical and moral living. So the most notable and frequently cited passages about wisdom are organized by sections, if you will, or themes within the book of Proverbs. Okay, so we can categorize wisdom with 4 categories. Okay, and we'll call those categories number 1, the foundation of wisdom, and we'll call number 2, seeking and trusting Yahuwah's wisdom, and number 3 we'll call the value of wisdom, and number 4 we'll call the wisdom for daily living. Wisdom for daily living. Okay, so let's start out with the foundation of wisdom. And this is expressed in Proverbs 1:7. And we're just going to go over a few of these. We could put a lot more under these headings, these categories, but we're not going to, but we will put enough to where it makes sense. Okay. So the foundation of wisdom, Proverbs 1:7 says, the fear of Yahuwah is the beginning of knowledge. Fools despise wisdom and discipline. Okay. All right. So now, under that same category, we'll go to Proverbs 9:10. Proverbs 9:10 says, "The fear of Yahuwah is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the set apart one is understanding." And then we go to Job. So go to Job 28:28. Job 28:28 says, and he said to man, see, the fear of Yahuwah, that is wisdom, and to turn from evil is understanding. So there you go. That's the first category, the foundation of wisdom. Now we're going to go into category number 2, seeking and trusting Yahuwah's wisdom. So let's look at Proverbs 3. Go to Proverbs 3, 5, and 6. It says, "Trust in Yahuwah with all your heart, and lean not on your own perceptions. Know him in all your ways, and he makes all your paths straight." So seeking and trusting Yahuwah's wisdom. You can see seeking Yahuwah's knowledge, the knowledge of Yahuwah, is kind of the same thing, just being said different way. And so with that in mind, we could look at Hosea 6. So go to Hosea 6. And verse 4. Hosea 6, 3, I'm sorry. Hosea 6, 3. "So let us know, let us pursue to know Yahuwah. His going forth is as certain as the morning, and he comes to us like the rain, like the latter rain, watering the earth." So this is telling us to draw close to Yahuwah, to pursue the knowledge of Yahuwah and an intimate relationship with him. And the latter rain, the water, latter rain watering the eretz is the Ruach HaKodesh. And so we're commanded to be immersed in the Ruach HaKodesh. Okay. And this helps us with a lot. Matter of fact, we can't do nothing without the Ruach HaKodesh indwelling us. So let's continue on here with seeking and trusting Yahuwah's wisdom by going to James 1. So James 1. James 1:5. "If any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask of Elohim, who gives to all generously and without reproach, and it shall be given to you." And so this would include edification of his scriptures, of his words. Okay. And so now look at 1 Kings. We'll go to 1 Kings now. And 1 Kings 3:9. 1 Kings 3:9, page 363 if you're in your BYNB. 1 Kings 3:9 says, "Shall you then give to your servant an understanding heart to rule your people, to discern between good and evil? For who is able to rule this great people of yours?" So here we're seeking out understanding in order to discern between good and evil. So look at Hebrews 5:14. Hebrews 5:14. It says, and we'll back up to, we should back up to 9. Let's look at Hebrews 9. I'm going to go to 8. Yeah. Let's go to Hebrews 5:8 through 14. Though being a son, he learned obedience by what he suffered. This is talking about his dual nature, his human nature suffered. He learned obedience by what he suffered. The same thing we do. We're not supposed to despise correction, okay? Because we learn obedience by what we suffer, just like he did. If we suffer with him, we will be delivered and raised with him. And having been perfected, he became the causer of everlasting deliverance. Everlasting deliverance, the causer of everlasting deliverance to all those obeying him. Obeying him? What? Obeying what? His commandments. Because he's Yahuwah. Having been designated by Yahuwah a high priest, according to the order of Melchizedek, concerning whom we have much to say and hard to explain, since you have become dull of hearing. For indeed, although by this time you ought to be teachers, you need someone to teach you again the first elements of the words of Yahuwah, which is repentance, confession and repentance. And you have become such as need milk and not solid food. For everyone partaking of milk is inexperienced in the word of uprightness, for he is a babe. But solid food is for the mature, whose senses have been trained by practice to discern both good and evil. So there you go. Now we have seeking and trusting Yahuwah's wisdom. The third category is the value of wisdom. And there's great value in wisdom, great value. So Proverbs 4:7 says, the beginning of wisdom is get wisdom. So the beginning of wisdom is get wisdom. And with all your getting, get understanding or insight or edification. Look at Proverbs 8. So Proverbs 8:11 says, for wisdom is better than rubies, and all delights are not comparable to her. So here we see wisdom referred to as her, because wisdom is Yahusha. And Yahuwah sees Yahusha as his Asha, as his bride, as the head of the body. Because Yahusha is the head of the body, he is the bride, the Asha, the election, Yisrael. So this is spiritual insight or understanding. Okay, and this is what we were told to seek out. Okay, and so in verse 4:7, it says, and with all you're getting, get understanding. So understand. that Israel is the bride. Okay, so wisdom is better than jewels or rubies in value, and you cannot compare anything to wisdom. And so look at Ezekiel, Ecclesiastes, Ecclesiastes, be around 777 and your BYNV somewhere in there. So we're going to look at 7. So Ecclesiastes 7, 11 and 12. 11 and 12 at page 781 or thereabouts. It says, wisdom is good with an inheritance and an advantage to those who see the sun. For wisdom protects as silver protects. But the advantage of knowledge is that wisdom gives life to those who have it. That's a big, huge value, right? So Proverbs 4:7, Proverbs 8:11, Ecclesiastes 7:11 and 12, and now Proverbs 16. Proverbs 16:16 under the category of wisdom, the value of wisdom. How much better it is to get wisdom than gold, and to get understanding is preferable to silver. So now we can see a huge value in wisdom. So the value of wisdom. Now let's go to the last category, which we call wisdom for daily living. So look at Proverbs 11. Wisdom for daily living, the fourth category. Proverbs 11:2 says, pride comes, then comes shame, but with the humble is wisdom. Okay. So with pride, pride brings on disgrace, shame. But the humble is wise. With the humble is wisdom. So if you're humble, you found wisdom. So wisdom for daily living here. Proverbs 11:2. And now let's go to James, back to James 3. So James 3:5. James 3:17, I mean. So James 3:17. Let's start. I'm going to go to 16. Yeah. But the wisdom from above is first clean, then peaceable, gentle, ready to obey, filled with compassion and good fruits, without partiality and without hypocrisy. And the fruit of righteousness is sown in peace by those who make peace. Wow. It's sown in peace. Wow. So what's belief? Peace is the fruit of the tree of belief. Righteousness we could see as goodness, which would be the tree of prophecy, and the fruit is goodness. We could see righteousness as goodness, and the fruit of righteousness is sown in peace and belief on the tree of belief, and peace by those who make peace. Powerful, man. All right, so wisdom for daily living, and we got James 3:17, and then let's put Ephesians 5 there. So go to Ephesians 5. Ephesians 5:15 through 17. Let's go 21. Let's write Ephesians 5:15 through 21 in this category. Okay. Ephesians 5:15 through 21 says, see then that you walk exactly, not as unwise, but as wise, redeeming the time, because the days are wicked. So then, do not be foolish, but understand what the desire of Yahuwah is. And do not be drunk with wine, in which is loose behavior, but be filled with the Ruach. That's a command, to be filled with the Ruach. Speaking to each other in psalms and songs of praise and Ruach-like songs, singing and striking the strings in your heart to the Master, giving thanks always for all to Yahuwah the Father in the name of our Master, Yahushua Mashiach, subjecting yourselves to each other in the fear of Yahuwah, which is wisdom. Okay. There's a lot there. Notice the scriptures calls Yahuwah Master and Yahushua Master. There can only be one Master, which proves their oneness. But look here at Ephesians 5:18. I want to elaborate on that for a minute. So Ephesians 5:18 warns us, do not get drunk on wine. Do not be drunk with wine, which is loose behavior, because it leads to debauchery, which is, excessive indulgence. Okay. So instead, it commands us, we're commanded in Ephesians 5:18, to be filled with the Ruach HaKodesh, to be immersed with the Ruach. Okay. This verse greatly contrasts being controlled by alcohol, because being a drunkard is linked to pagan excessive behavior. Okay. So being drunk with alcohol is linked to pagan excessive behavior. Instead, we need to have self-control and be empowered to righteousness by the indwelling of the Ruach HaKodesh. So this verse really is urging you, believers, in the way to seek divine wisdom, divine influence, divine worship with self-control. Controlling yourselves over carnal indulgencies. So the command here is twofold. It's do not get drunk with wine, which is excessive drinking or excessive indulgence, okay? Doesn't mean you can't have a glass of wine. It's saying don't be a drunkard. The alternative to being filled with wine, excessive indulgence, the alternative is to be filled with the Ruach HaKodesh. Be filled with the Ruach. So the context here, in context, we can understand that drunkenness, or being a drunkard, was often associated with pagan rituals and a total loss of control over your actions. So Ephesians 5:18, in Ephesians 5:18, the author contrasts this false, destructive high of being drunk with the immersion of the Ruach HaKodesh, or being drunk with the Ruach, if you will. So the meaning of being filled with the Ruach means being continuously influenced, being guided and empowered by him, rather than being controlled by wine or any substance, as far as that is concerned. The result is that a spirit-filled life is marked by worship, music, gratitude, responsibility, self-control, and proper conduct through moral living. In essence, the scriptures teach that all believers should be under the control of the Ruach, not demons or substances or alcohol. So there we go. Wisdom for daily living. Proverbs 11:2, James 3:17, Ephesians 5:15 through 21. So there you have it. There's your 4 categories for practicing, referencing Yahuwah and practicing moral living. Okay. Organized or categorized with these 4 foundations. So the foundation of wisdom, the seeking and trusting Yahuwah's wisdom, the value of wisdom, and wisdom for daily living. All right. All right. So Proverbs 8:22 says that Yahuwah possessed me, the beginning of his way. So Yahuwah possessed me. This is wisdom speaking. That means Yahuwah indwelled wisdom. Okay. Possessed me. The beginning of his way. In the beginning, he was the firstborn of all creation. Wisdom was. Wow. As the first of his works of old, firstborn of all creation. I was set up ages ago, at the first, before the world ever was. So you can see wisdom is the word. Wisdom is the firstborn of all creation. Wisdom is Yahuwah, Yahusha, the Messiah. It's very clear here. Going back to 1 Corinthians 1:30, it says, and of him you are a Mashiach Yahusha, who became for us wisdom from Yahuwah. And so he was wisdom. He's wisdom for us. So when the Ruach HaKodesh indwells you, you have wisdom. It's obviously speaking about Yahusha. Proverbs 8:35 and 36 says, whoever finds me shall find life and obtain favor from Yahuwah. But he who sins against me injures himself. All who hate me love death. So Yahuwah is light. Death is darkness. Light is life. Darkness is death. If you hate the light, you love death. You love the darkness. You love death. Because light gives you life. Darkness gives you death. Obviously, Yahusha told us, I am the light of the world, which means he's wisdom. Proverbs 9:1 says, wisdom has built her house. She has hewn out its 7 columns, which is the 7 days that make up a week. So obviously, wisdom is Yahusha, Mashiach. No doubt about it. Who Yahuwah, because he is the head of the body, or the bride, or Yisrael, calls his Asha. So wisdom is Yahusha, who Yahuwah sees as his wife, his Asha, spiritually, in a spiritual sense. This is why wisdom is called her, or a feminine inclination. So, meaning that Yahusha is considered the Asha of Yahuwah, because he's the head of the body, or the bride, or Israel, or the election. And so the body itself is also considered the Asha, or the bride of Yahuwah. Yahusha is in the body. He's the head, which makes him the bride. When it refers to Yahusha as being the bridegroom, now it's referring to Yahuwah, or his divine nature, the Father. The Son is not a separate deity. He is the body of Yahuwah. It's the Lamb of Yahuwah, the tent of Yahuwah, the vessel of Yahuwah. More proof that wisdom is Yahusha is in Proverbs 9:5. So in Proverbs 9:5, wisdom says, come, eat of my bread and drink of the wine I have mixed. This is comparable to Genesis 14:18 that says, and Melchizedek, sovereign of Shalem, or Salem, brought out bread and wine. Now he was the priest of the Most High. Oh, so this no doubt is also Yahusha. Melchizedek is Yahusha as well as wisdom, as well as the word. And all these are Yahuwah's body, and he's indwelling his body. playing with these different titles, these different roles, these different modes in order to fulfill his promise to Abraham through his name that he will be all that you need him to be. Clearly, Melchizedek is also a role being performed by Yahuwah. We can also do this comparison, see this comparison written in Mark. Notice bread and wine is the flesh and the blood of Yahusha. So when you see bread and wine, it's talking about the Lamb. There's no doubt about it. Talking about Yahusha. So another comparison to this is in Mark 14, 22, 25, which says, and as they were eating, Yahusha took bread, having blessed, broke it, gave it to them, and said, take, eat. This is my body. And taking the cup, giving thanks, he gave it to them, and they all drank from it. And he said to them, this is my blood, that of the renewed covenant, which is shed for many. Truly I say to you, I shall certainly no more drink of the fruit of the vine till that day when I drink anew in the reign of Yahuwah. Further comparisons concerning wisdom, giving Israel bread and wine for consumption, can be found in John 53:58. In Matthew 26 through 30, and Luke 22:17 through 20. In Revelation 22:17, it says, and the Ruach and the bride say, come. And he who hears, let him say, come. And he who thirsts, come. And he who desires it, take the water of life without pain. So this particular passage presents the Ruach as the bride's husband. And they're united together as one. An indivisible unity. So the bride then is Yahusha and the assembly, the election, the chosen ones. So the Ruach, this is presenting the Ruach and his bride as being one, being married together as one. Who are united eternally in marriage and are now one. No longer two, but one in marriage. In Ephesians chapter 5, 29 through 32, it says, for no one ever hated his own flesh, but feeds and cherishes it, as also the master does the assembly. So see, the master, which is Yahusha, considers the bride, Israel, the assembly, his flesh, his own flesh. And we are, when he indwells us, with the immersion of the Ruach. because we are members of his flesh and of his bones. That's his body. So also the master does the assembly because we are members of his flesh and of his bones. That's his body. We're his body. For this came a cause, a man shall leave his father and mother and be joined to his Asha, or his wife, and the two shall become one flesh. Now listen to this. This is very powerful, and hopefully you get it. This secret is great. See that? This secret is great. But I speak concerning Mashiach and the assembly. So there you go. So the marriage between a man and woman, when the two become one, is symbolic of Yahusha and the body of believers, the assembly, coming together as one, and the body becoming Yahusha's flesh and bones, his body. Powerful, man. Hopefully y'all picking up what scripture's laying down on that, because it's extremely powerful to understand it. Again, notice in this same passage, 1 Corinthians 1:30 here, that it mentions that he's our set apartness. So Proverbs 9:10 says, the fear of Yahuwah is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the set apart ones and the knowledge of the set apart ones is understanding. So understanding the scriptures and what it's really saying. So the fear of Yahuwah is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the set apart one is understanding. Understanding the scriptures. Hosea 6:3 told us that let us know, so let us know and let us pursue to know Yahuwah. His going forth is as certain as the morning, and he comes to us like the rain, like the latter rain, watering the earth. This latter rain is the Ruach HaKodesh, which is being poured out on all flesh in the end times, as we read in Joel 2. Furthermore, notice that this same passage in 1 Corinthians 1:30 here also says that Yahusha is our redemption. The prophet Isaiah frequently expresses that Yahuwah is the redeemer of Israel. Such as we read in Isaiah 48:17. So let's look at it. Let's confirm it. It's always good to confirm what people are saying. Isaiah 48:17 says, thus said Yahuwah, your Redeemer. There it is. The set apart one of Israel. So not only is Yahuwah your Redeemer, he's the set apart one of Israel. I am Yahuwah, your Elohim. So he's also your Elohim, teaching you what is best, leading you by the way you should go. So clearly, he's our Redeemer. But yet, 1 Corinthians 1:30 says that Yahusha is our redemption. It explicitly states that in 1 Corinthians 1:30 here. So this must mean, or can only mean really, that Yahusha is Yahuwah's body of light, transformed into flesh. Because if he was born separate from Yahuwah as a second deity, the Trinitarians would have something to talk about, but he was not. The one to maintain the oneness of Yahuwah is vitally, critically important. Cannot waver, cannot negotiate. It has to be maintained. We must maintain the oneness of Yahuwah at all costs. Furthermore, it states that wisdom also points to Yahusha, or better, the entire book of Proverbs proves that wisdom is Yahusha, as we have seen. So then, since wisdom points to Yahusha, we can further understand that trusting in Yahuwah's wisdom over humanity's knowledge is tied directly to the blood sacrifice of the Lamb of Yahuwah, whose blood purchased our deliverance or redeemed us. He bought us back from sin and death, from the penalty, from the curse of the Torah. Therefore, we can safely say that true wisdom emphasizes that pursuing the knowledge of Yahuwah is far more valuable than any earthly wealth or treasure. It's better than jewels, rubies. It's better than silver, and much better than gold. Proverbs 16:16 says, how much better it is to get wisdom than gold, and to get understanding is preferable to silver. So, going back to Proverbs now, we should now be able to understand the scriptures much better when we see and understand that wisdom is Yahusha. So when we read about wisdom, especially in Proverbs chapter 8, we can clearly understand. We can get the knowledge, the wisdom, the understanding that it is speaking about here, because we now have concluded that wisdom is Yahusha. And so reading it with that knowledge, it becomes much more clearer and undeniable. Let's attempt it and see for yourself. It says, does not wisdom call and insight lift up her voice? On the top of the heights along the way, between the path she has taken her stand. Beside the gates leading to the city, at the entrances, she shouts, O men, I call to you, and my voice is to the sons of men. You simple ones, understand insight, and you fools, be of an understanding heart. Listen, for I speak noble words, and the opening of my lips is about straightness. From my mouth speaks truth, and falsehood is an abomination to my lips. All the words of my mouth are in righteousness, or rightness. None of them twisted or crooked, all of them plain to him who understands, and straight to those who find knowledge. Accept my discipline, and not silver, and knowledge rather than choice gold. For wisdom is better than rubies, and all delights are not comparable to her. I, wisdom, have dwelt with insight, and I find knowledge, foresight. That means he can see into the future. The fear of Yahuwah is to hate evil. I have hated pride and arrogance and the evil way and the perverse mouth. Counsel is mine and sound wisdom. I am understanding. Mightiness is mine. By my sovereign reign and rulers make righteous decrees. By me, princesses rule and nobles, all the judges of the Eretz. I love those who love me, and those who earnestly seek me do find me. Riches and esteem are with me, enduring wealth and righteousness. My fruit is better than gold and fine gold, and my increase than choice silver. I walk in the way of righteousness, in the midst of the paths of right ruling, to bestow substance on those who love me, and to fill their treasuries. Yahuwah possessed me, the beginning of his way. He's telling you he was Yahuwah's body of light before he was the firstborn of all creation, before anything else was created. He existed. He came into existence. As the first of his works of old, I was set up ages ago, at the first, before the Eretz ever was. When there was no depths, I was brought forth. When there was no springs, heavy with water. Before mountains were sunk, before the hills, I was brought forth. Before he had made the earth and the fields, or the first dust of the world, before he made the first dust of the world. Wow. When he prepared the heavens, or Shemayim, I was there, because he did it through him, through his body. While he was indwelling his body of light, he created everything. When he prepared the Shemayim, I was there. When he decreed a boundary on the face of the deep, when he set the clouds above, when he made the fountains of the deep strong, when he gave to the sea its limit, so that the Mayim would not transgress his command, when he decreed the foundations of the Eretz. Then I was beside him, a master designer, and I was his delight, day by day, rejoicing before him all the time, rejoicing in the world, his Eretz, and my delights were with the sons of men. And now listen to me, you children, for blessed are they who guard my ways. Listen to discipline and become wise, and do not refuse it. Remember, Yahuwah learned obedience by what he suffered. Listen to discipline and become wise, and do not refuse it. Blessed is the man who listens to me, watching daily at my gates, waiting at the post of my doors. For whoever finds me shall find life and obtain favor from Yahuwah. Remember, Yahusha is the gate or the door, waiting for at the post of my doors. But he who sins against me injures himself. All who hate me love death, because she's light. And if you hate light, then you love the opposition, which is darkness and death. This is Yahusha. There's no doubt about it. Okay, so, wow, right? So, people like to twist the scriptures, and make it crooked. And I've heard some ideologies out there by people who try to say that Yahuwah is a woman because of this. And it's not true at all. And so this is speaking of Yahusha, his bride, his Asha, his body, who he refers to as an Asha because he sees his body and him as one, together, united, no longer two, but one with his body, just like you are. You're one with your body, your spirit man, who you really are, and this fleshly vessel is one, together, indivisible, united as one forever. Although your flesh will be resurrected along with your inner man, and then be changed or transformed in a blink of an eyelid to immortality, given an immortal body, it still is going to be your body and who you really are, your inner man, together as one. And then when you put all the election together, all of Israel, of the bride together, along with Yahusha's body and spirit together, now you have the bride of Yahuwah, the Asha, Israel. And so Yahuwah will indwell his body forever, for eternity. So does that make his bride Yahuwah? Yeah, because he says that his bride is one with him for eternity. Not two, but one. And in the end, Yahuwah will be one, and his name will be one. Meaning you be Yahuwah in the eternal reign. Because he's going to be indwelling his body, and you're his body, his Asha. And that's a spiritual, in the spiritual context, okay? It's not perversion. A lot of people like to make cause it to be perversion. It's not. That's just your wicked mind dreaming, making up things that you don't understand. So you make things up and speak perverseness over something that is set apart and should be respected and reverenced and praised and worshiped. And you should desire above all things to be his bride, the higher calling. Okay, so let's look at this a little bit deeper. This wisdom is really important. So let's go to Psalms. We'll flip through here. I'll try to do this, quickly as possible, but I'm not in a big hurry. So, I love spending time with the beloved of Yahuwah, it's an honor to do so. And I'll enjoy it. And I'd really love spending time with the Ruach HaKodesh, who indwells us and who is teaching us. So I'm not in a big hurry. But I'll try to go through this as quick as I can for those who are impatient. So let's look at Psalms. Go to Psalms 19. Start out there. Psalms 19:7 says, the Torah of Yahuwah is perfect, bringing back the being. The witness of Yahuwah is trustworthy, making wise the simple. See that? So making wise the simple. That's wisdom. Okay. Now look at Psalms 37. I'll try to stay in order here as much as possible. Look at 37, Psalms 37:30. It says, the mouth of the righteous speaks wisdom, and his tongue talks of right ruling. Now, Psalms 90. (90:12) says, teach us to number our days, our yamim, and let us bring the heart to wisdom. Psalms 107. (107:43). Psalms 107:43 says, who is wise? Let him observe these. Let them understand the kindness of Yahuwah. The kindness of Yahuwah. Now, people look at Yahuwah sometimes as real mean, God, that, punishes people and causes all the diseases and wars and people being hurt and suffering and dying and all this. But wisdom, if you have wisdom, you will understand the kindness of Yahuwah. Psalms 111, 111:10 says, the fear of Yahuwah is the beginning of wisdom. All those doing them have a good understanding. His praise is standing forever. So look at, let's go back to Proverbs. Look at Proverbs 1. Proverbs 1:7 says, the fear of Yahuwah is the beginning of knowledge. Fools despise wisdom and discipline. Look at 2:6. Proverbs 2:6. For Yahuwah gives wisdom, out of his mouth come knowledge and understanding. Look at Proverbs 3:7. Do not be wise in your own eyes. Fear Yahuwah and turn away from evil. Look at 3:13. Proverbs 3:13 right there. Blessed is the man who has found wisdom, and the man who gains insight. That's knowledge. Insight is foreknowledge, actually, isn't it? Or it can be just knowledge, understanding the scriptures. Look at Proverbs 4:5. 4, 5 right there. Actually, 5 through 7. Get wisdom. Get insight. Do not forget and do not reject the words of my mouth. Do not leave her and let her guard you. Love her and let her watch over you. The beginning of wisdom is get wisdom. And with all you're getting, get understanding. That's how important this lesson, this study is. Stick with it, because it's extremely powerful stuff. Proverbs 4:11 says, I have taught you in the way of wisdom. I have led you in straight paths. Look at Proverbs 8. Very powerful chapter. Verse 35. It says, for whoever finds me shall find life. That's how important this is. And obtain favor from Yahuwah. Extremely powerful stuff here. This isn't anything to take lightly. This study is one of the most important ones I think we've ever done. I hope you're sticking with it. If you're not understanding what's going on, pray. Ask Yahuwah for edification, for understanding. Ask Yahuwah to open up the scriptures. Open up your mind so you can understand the scriptures. Pray for edification always. And pray for those whom Yahuwah speaks through and teaches you through, that they may yield to his will and speak the words of Yahuwah, and not from their own understanding or their own insight, but Yahuwah's will and Yahuwah's knowledge and Yahuwah's understanding and Yahuwah's wisdom from above. Pray for it. Look at 9, Proverbs 9:10. The fear of Yahuwah is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the set apart one is understanding. Look at Proverbs 10:1. 10:1, Proverbs of Solomon, Shalomah. A wise son makes a father rejoice, but a foolish son is his mother's sorrow. Boy, isn't that true? Look at Proverbs 10:8. The wise in heart accepts commands, but one with foolish lips falls. Look at 10:12 while we're in this chapter. Hatred stirs up strife, but love covers all transgressions. That's an extremely powerful verse. If you don't understand that one, pray for wisdom. Look at 10:23. Proverbs 10:23 says, to work out wicked schemes is like sport to a fool, but wisdom is for a man of insight. A man of insight. Insight's understanding. Specifically or especially the scriptures of truth, because they're so misunderstood by those who don't have the Ruach, or their heart's not in the right place. They may honor and worship Yahuwah, praise Yahuwah, greatly with their lips, but if your heart is not in the right place, it's just lip service. That means nothing. Look at Proverbs 11:2. Pride comes, then comes shame. But with the humble is wisdom. Look at 11:30. The fruit of the righteous is a tree of life. And he who is winning lives is wise. See, the righteous of the earth shall be rewarded. How much more the wrong in the sinner? And they're going to be rewarded, but not with kindness and deliverance, but with destruction, with annihilation. That will be their reward. And that's a sad thing. Because we don't want anyone to perish. And Yahuwah surely doesn't want anybody to perish. He wishes everybody would repent. Makes me wonder, if Yahuwah is all-knowing, all-powerful, everywhere, present, immutable, means he knows everything. And his will or his wish is that everyone should repent. But yet they don't. We know they don't because they're going to be thrown into the lake of fire because they're going to be influenced by the devil. Part of the devil's family, the children of darkness. And you wonder why, And so sometimes I think that Yahuwah, being all-powerful, knew exactly if he allowed free will of everyone to happen. He saw it and exactly what they would do. And then once that happened, he closed it and then he created. And according to what he saw, his foreknowledge, he predestined it all or predetermined it all to happen just that way. And so that's why it seems like we have free will, but really we don't. We are just working out Yahuwah's will. So we're perceiving free will, but in reality, we're doing and working out Yahuwah's will. So, it's something to think about. Okay, so where are we at? 11:2 and 11:30, and now let's go to 12. Proverbs 12, 15. Proverbs 12:15 and 16 says, "The way of a fool is right in his own eyes, but he who listens to advice is wise. A fool's wrath is known at once, but a clever one covers shame." So the way of a fool is right in his own eyes. And so they say, we'll just say people, they learn from others generally. Sometimes they learn on their own accord by studying and researching and so forth and so on. But life experiences brings on some knowledge, But generally, they learn from someone else, and then they, pretty much teach what they were taught. And so the fool is right in his own eyes because he doesn't want to admit he's wrong. What he has been taught is what he thinks is right, or at least He's not going to admit that it's wrong. Even if you show him it's wrong, he'll continue on that same path of wrongness. And that makes somebody a fool, really. And so the way of a fool is right in his own eyes, but he who listens to advice is wise. A fool's wrath is known at once, but a clever one covers the shame. Means his wrongness, his lack of knowledge. What was that? Okay, so let's look at 13:1 here. Proverbs 13:1 says, a wise son accepts his father's discipline, but a scoffer shall not listen to correction. And this always reminds me of the verse that says, the passage that says that Yahusha learned obedience by what he suffered through the discipline, being disciplined. We must understand that Yahusha had dual nature. He was fully 100% human and fully 100% divine, or Alehim. Okay. Sometimes in the scriptures, Yahuwah backs off and he allows the fleshly man, who was a 100% man, just exactly like we are, flesh and spirit, his own spirit, to talk. Well, when that happened, he didn't really know anything, what to say, what to do. And he had to seek the advice of the Ruach at all times. And then sometimes it's Elohim speaking through the flesh. And sometimes we see them interacting or corresponding between each other. But yet they're one, because it's Yahuwah's body and the Ruach together as one in that person. But since it's flesh, that presented a different perspective than when he was Yahuwah's body of light in the beginning. When the scripture says that Yahuwah, no one has ever seen Yahuwah and lived, and that Yahuwah dwells in unapproachable light, that unapproachable light that he's dwelling in is his body of light. Man, he can turn his body of light, illuminate it to such a high degree that it will totally dissolve everything that comes even close to it. Disintegrate everything that even tries to approach it. He has to dim it down in order to be seen or approached and not die. And therefore, that's what the fleshly body was. It was the light, his light, okay, but dimmed way down and dull because of the flesh. Okay, so I'm going to get off of that tangent and let's go to 13:10. By pride comes only strife, but wisdom is with those who take advice. So, we see people totally brainwashed, believing what they've been taught by uninformed teachers, just being parrots, going out there and parroting what they've been taught by somebody else, not even knowing if they're right or wrong, but just, blindly believing what they were taught, not even researching it, And so when somebody comes along and proves them wrong, then you should take the advice of the person who is showing you the truth. If you reject the person that's showing you truth, and you search through the scriptures to try to contradict the truth with truth, then you are not accepting the truth and you cannot be delivered. And you're only doing that out of pride and arrogance. Otherwise, if you were humble and you saw the truth, then you would accept the truth and you accept the advice and say, oh, wow, I'm glad you showed me that. I won't be telling people that anymore. And it just accept the advice, man. It makes you wise. And then the more that you accept the advice, the more truth that Yahuwah will give you. And the more you accept, the more he will give. Before you know it, you're the walking Torah, man. You're not only a truth seeker, but you'll be a truth speaker. So wisdom is with those who take advice. You got to put away the pride and the arrogance, in order to take advice. It's hard for the human flesh, but it's not hard for the spiritual being, someone who is walking in the spirit and truth, and will recognize the truth and accept it, the advice quickly, immediately. If not, you either have, you're hiding an agenda, you have your own agenda, or your pride and your arrogance is blinding you to the truth. So you would rather be go away thinking you're right than submitting to the truth. Not a good thing. It's not. Read 2 Thessalonians 2, and you'll find out that you will perish because you do not have a love for the truth. So, man, take advice. All right, let's move on to 13:3. So 13:3 says, he who watches over his mouth guards his being. That's your spirit, man. But he who opens wide his lips comes to ruin. (13:10). By pride comes only strife, but wisdom is with those who take advice. 13:20. 13:20. He who walks with the wise shall be wise, but the companion of fools suffers evil. So that means watch who you're hanging out with, who you're associating yourself with. Don't be partners with the children of darkness. What does light have to do with darkness? Nothing. It exposes it. It's opposition of it. Let's look at Proverbs 14:29. Proverbs 14:29 says, he who is patient has great understanding, but he who is short of humility exalts folly. Proverbs 15:5 says, a fool despises his father's discipline, but he who heeds reproof is clever. Look at 15:33. The fear of Yahuwah is the correction of wisdom, and before esteem is humility. Wow, that's powerful stuff right there. Proverbs 16:16 says, How much better it is to get wisdom than gold, and to get understanding is preferable to silver. Look at Proverbs 17:10. Advice enters deeper into a wise man than 100 blows on a fool. Wow. 17:28 says, even a fool keeping silence is regarded as wise, as understanding when he closes his lips. That's true. So when you meet somebody, you see somebody the first time you don't know, and they're just standing there silent. Boy, they look smart, don't they? They look wise. But once they open their mouth and you start saying ignorant stuff, you say, oh, foolish person. So keeping silence is regarded as being wise. And you understand when you close your lips. That means you understand wisdom, what's wise and what's not. And so if you get caught in the middle of a conversation which you don't understand, instead of saying something silly or arguing against professionals or somebody who has been there and done that or has a lot of knowledge, and you open your mouth and try to argue against what they're telling you, it makes you look like an idiot, a fool. Better keep your mouth shut and just stand there and act like, you're acknowledging and understanding. But really what you're really doing is learning and taking advice of somebody who's wiser. All right, so Proverbs 18:15. Proverbs 18:15 says, the heart of the understanding one gets knowledge, and the ear of the wise seeks knowledge. Now, this isn't speaking about the knowledge of the world. This is talking about the knowledge of Yahuwah, wisdom. Okay? So you're seeking the knowledge of Yahuwah, and you're trusting in Yahuwah's wisdom. Okay? So there's two different knowledges. There's the knowledge of the world, the academic world, okay, versus the spiritual knowledge of the spiritual realm, Yahuwah's wisdom. And so this is what that's talking about. And you use Yahuwah's wisdom not to hurt others, but to help them. So like the Nazarene, the last Nazarene, who was in the end times, the end of the end times period, close to the tribulation years, is here to help people, not hurt people with truth or hurt them with love or hurt them with the scriptures, but to help them and to guide them into a better way, into truth, into love, into understanding, into wisdom. The knowledge of the world is people seek the knowledge of the world in order to use it against others so that they can rise above others and be seen as smart, intelligent, successful on the outside anyways. And so it's self-seeking knowledge, and they're trying to obtain it, to use it against others so that they have supreme, they become supreme over another person that may be ignorant and less knowledgeable, less educated. But when that less educated person obtains wisdom in knowledge of Yahuwah and has spiritual knowledge, his knowledge is far greater than the knowledge of the world, knowledge of man. Look at Ephesians. So Ephesians 3:19 says, to know the love of Mashiach, which surpasses knowledge, so that you might be filled to all the completeness of Yahuwah. See that? And that's talking about the spiritual knowledge. And then 1 Corinthians 8:1 says, and concerning food offered to idols, we know that we all have knowledge. Knowledge puffs up, but love builds up. If anyone thinks that he knows somewhat, he does not yet know as he should know. But if anyone loves Yahuwah, this one is known by him. So the knowledge of Yahuwah surpasses the knowledge of man or of the world. The knowledge of the world is used for wicked and evil purposes. The knowledge of Yahuwah is obtained to help others and to love others with. Big difference in the two. All right, so let's go to look at Proverbs 19:8. He who gets heart loves his own life. He who guards insight finds good. So he who guards insight or knowledge, the knowledge of Yahuwah, finds goodness. And goodness is the fruit of prophecy. It comes from the tree of prophecy. It's the fruit of prophecy, which is insight or pre-sight, I guess, but it's insight. Okay, so let's now look at 21:20. Proverbs 21:20. It says, desirable treasure and oil are in the dwelling of the wise, but a foolish man swallows it up. Desirable treasure and oil are in the dwelling of the wise, but a foolish man swallows it up. Wow. That's talking about the Ruach HaKodesh, dwelling with the wise, but a foolish man swallows it up. Means he just does the literal. He's seeking the literal earthly treasure and drinking the oil to, basically satisfy his stomach. So we say we're seeing the literal and the spiritual here. Look at Proverbs 23:15. (23:15) says, my son, if your heart shall be wise, my heart rejoices, even I. Proverbs 23:24 says, the father of the righteous greatly rejoices, and he who brings forth a wise one delights in him. Proverbs 24, 3 through 7. Proverbs 24, 3 through 7 says, by wisdom a house is built, and by insight it is established. And by knowledge the rooms are filled with all precious and pleasant riches. Mighty is the wise in strength, and a man of knowledge strengthens power. For by wise guidance you wage your own battle, and delivery is by a great counselor. Wisdom is high for a fool. He does not open his mouth in the gate. I better not elaborate on that one. I'll go off on a tangent on that one. We'll be here for another hour. Let's go to 24:14. Proverbs 24:14 says, know that wisdom is thus in your being. If you have found it, there is a future, and your expectancy is not cut off. Wow. So if you found wisdom, or Yahusha is thus to your being, you found it. You have found him. There is a future for you because you have the Ruach HaKodesh in you. You have wisdom dwelling you, and your expectancy is not cut off. So what's our expectancy? Our expectancy is getting an immortal body and living for everlasting life. If not, then what are we doing? Why are you doing it? Got to have understanding, man. Okay, look at 28. Proverbs 28:26. 28:26. Proverbs. He who trusts in his own heart is a fool, but he who walks wisely is delivered. Wow. Look at 29:3. He who loves wisdom gladdens his father, but a companion of whores destroys wealth. Proverbs 29:11 says, a fool lets out all his breath, but the wise calms it down. Look at Proverbs 29:10. While we're here, it says, bloodthirsty men hate the perfect and seek the life of the truthful. Wow. Bloodthirsty men hate the perfect. They hate the election, the perfection of love in the Ruach, and seek the life of the truthful, those who speak truth, seek truth and speak truth. They want to kill you. So this is proof that they're your enemy. Just the fact that they replaced his name with devices proves that their stratagem is against you. They hate you. They want to kill you. And they want to keep you in confusion, chaos and confusion, so that you die eternally. They're your enemy. Look at Proverbs 29. 29:15. A rod and reproof give wisdom, but a child unrestrained brings shame to his mother. When the wrong become many, crime increases, but the just see their fall. Discipline your son, and he brings you rest and delight to your life. Where there is no vision, the people get loose, but blessed is he who guards the Torah. A servant is not disciplined by words, though he understands, he does not respond. Wow. So we see that how important it is to discipline your children. Because it makes them wise as they grow. Go to Ecclesiastes. Yeah, go to Ecclesiastes 1:18. For in much wisdom is much grief, and he who increases knowledge increases suffering. So with great knowledge and wisdom comes great responsibility and increases suffering. Powerful, Mom. Look at 7, Ecclesiastes 7. All right, 7. Well, let's go to 2. I'll forget that one. Go to 2 first. Go to Ecclesiastes 2:26 real quick. And it says, for he gives wisdom and knowledge and joy to a man who is good in his eyes. But to the sinner, he gives the task of gathering and collecting. To give to him who is good before Yahuwah, that too is futile and feeding on the wind. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah. So gathering and collecting to give to him who is good before Elohim. Wow. All right, so now let's look at, I'm trying to restrain from myself from going off on the tangents. Okay, so let's look at 7 now. Ecclesiastes 7 says, 7:10. I'm sorry. Chapter 7, verse 10 through 12. Do not say, why were the former days better than these? I mean, how many times have you heard that? I've heard a lot of people say that. Those were the good old days. Back in the good old days, I was this and I was that. Well, this is saying, don't say it. Do not say, why were the former days better than these? For it is not wise of you to have asked about this. Wisdom is good with an inheritance and an advantage to those who see the sun. For wisdom protects as silver protects, but the advantage of knowledge is that wisdom gives life to those who have it. Yeah, so if you have wisdom, you have life. So if you have Yahusha or indwelling Ruach in you, you have life. Look at 8:1. Who is like a wise one, and who knows the meaning of a matter? A man's wisdom makes his face shine, and the hardness of his face is changed. Yeah, that's powerful stuff, man. Look at 10. Ecclesiastes 10:12. It says, words of a wise man's mouth show favor, but the lips of a fool swallow him up. The beginning of the words of his mouth is foolishness, and the end of his talk is wicked madness. Wow. All right, let's go look at some prophets say. Let's go to Isaiah. Isaiah 5. See what Isaiah says about wisdom. The words of a prophet about wisdom here. Isaiah 5:21. Woe to those who are wise in their own eyes and clever in their own sight. Ooh, so a warning about thinking you're smart or thinking you're right. So woe to those who are wise in their own eyes and clever in their own sight. Look at Isaiah 40. Isaiah 40. (28). Isaiah 40:28 says, did you not know? Have you not heard? The everlasting Elohim, Yahuwah, the creator of the ends of the earth, neither faints nor is weary. His understanding is unsearchable. Isaiah 55. (8) says, for my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, declares Yahuwah. Let's look what Jeremiah's got to say about wisdom. Jeremiah 9. Jeremiah 9:23 and 24 says, thus said Yahuwah, let not the wise boast in his wisdom. Let not the mighty boast in his might, nor let the rich boast in his riches, but let him who boasts boast of this, that he understands and knows me, that I am Yahuwah, doing kindness, right ruling, and righteousness in the earth. For in these I delight, declares Yahuwah. Let's see what Daniel has to say. Go to Daniel. Daniel 2. Daniel 2:23 says, I thank you and praise you, Allah of my fathers. You have given me wisdom and might. You have now made known to me what we asked of you, for you have made known to us the sovereign's matter. So here Daniel is thanking and praising Yahuwah, showing gratitude for giving him wisdom and might. So don't forget to go back to the source, the potential of the wisdom, and be grateful. Pray to him and thank him and show thanksgiving and gratitude toward him giving you understanding. Open up your mind to understand the scriptures, giving you edification, giving you understanding, giving you wisdom. Don't forget to do that. Look at Daniel 12. 12:10 says, many shall be cleansed and made white and refined. But the wrong shall do wrong, and none of the wrong shall understand. But those who have insight shall understand. Wow. That's a good one. So how about the Nazarene writings? Anybody got an opinion in there about wisdom, you think? Let's go see. How about Matthew? Matthew 7:24 says, therefore everyone who hears these words of mine and does them shall be like a wise man who built his house on the rock. How about Luke? Go to Luke. So Luke 21. Luke 21:15 says, Luke 21:15, for I shall give you a mouth and wisdom, which all your adversaries shall not be able to refute or resist. Wow. Let's go to Romans. Romans 11. Romans 11:33 says, oh, the depth of riches and wisdom and knowledge of Yahuwah. How unsearchable his judgments and untraceable his ways. Let's go to 1 Corinthians. 1 Corinthians 1:30 which got us started in all this, again says, and of him you are in Mashiach Yahusha, who became for us wisdom from Yahuwah, righteousness also, and set apartness and redemption, that as it has been written, he who boasts, let him boast in Yahuwah. So Yahuwah, the Ruach HaKodesh, is who gives us wisdom, righteousness, set apartness, and redemption. So his indwelling enhances us, brings these things into our life, which are vital for deliverance, really. Look at 1 Corinthians 3:18. It says, let no one deceive himself. If anyone among you seems to be wise in this age, let him become foolish, so that he might become wise. For the wisdom of this world is foolishness with Yahuwah. For it has been written, he catches the wise in their craftiness. And again, Yahuwah knows the thoughts of the wise, that they are worthless. So this is kind of explaining to us the difference between the knowledge of the world and the knowledge of Yahuwah. That the knowledge of Yahuwah is powerful, but the knowledge of this world is not. It says, if you seem to be wise with the knowledge of this world, become a fool, so that you might become wise by leaving the knowledge of the world of man and seeking the knowledge of Yahuwah, his wisdom, the wisdom of Yahuwah. You become wise. It's been written, he catches the wise in their craftiness, and Yahuwah knows the thoughts of the wise, that they are worthless. That worldly knowledge ain't going to do anything for your eternal destination. It's going to get you burnt. It's going to be, on the contrary, to what you're trying to achieve, man. You're just trying to gain supremeness over another person, rather than elevating that person to a position maybe even more than yourself, loving them more than yourself. That's the wisdom of Yahuwah. Because whatever you do, that's what Yahuwah is going to do to you. So if you are not ashamed of Yahusha, he won't be ashamed of you. If you don't judge anyone, he's not going to judge you. If you love others, then he's going to love you. It's just the way it is. That's wisdom in Yahuwah. Look at 2 Corinthians. 2 Corinthians 1, verse 12. Says, for our boasting is this. You ever hear somebody boasting and bragging on themselves, man? Makes you want to vomit. I can't stand here somebody, boasting on themselves, man, bragging on themselves. When I know silently that they couldn't owe it a fiddle to me, and I can't stand their mouth. And this is probably how Yahuwah feels. So it says, for our boasting is this, the witness of our conscience, that we behaved ourselves in the world in simplicity and sincerity of Yahuwah, not in fleshly wisdom, but in the favor of Yahuwah, and much more toward you. This is a really good chapter, really. Paul goes on and says, for we are not writing any other things to you than what you read or understand. Now I trust you shall understand even to the end, as also you have understood us in part, that we are your boast, as you also are ours in the day of the Master Yahushua. And so we're boasting on the Ruach. Boast on Yahuwah, not yourself. Boast on others, not yourself. Be humble. This 2 Corinthians is pretty powerful. It's intense. It's intensely written letter that emphasizes Paul's feelings, his personal understanding and feelings. It's a really good letter. You get time, read it. Let's go to Ephesians. Ephesians 1:17 says, I'm going to have to back up to probably 15 on this one. So let's go to 15 in Ephesians 1:15 through 17, probably, maybe 18. Yeah, I don't know. We'll stop at 17. For this reason, I too, having heard of your belief in the Master Yahushua and your love for all the Kadeshim, do not cease giving thanks for you, making mention. Do not cease giving thanks for you, making mention of you in my prayers, that the Yahuwah of our Master Yahushua Mashiach, the Father of esteem, would give you a ruach of wisdom and revelation in the knowledge of him. See that? So, yeah. Pray for that. The Father of esteem would give you a ruach of wisdom and revelation in the knowledge of him. The eyes of your understanding being enlightened, so that you know what is the expectation of his calling, and what are the riches of the esteem of his inheritance in the Kadeshim, and what is the exceeding greatness of his power toward us who are believing, according to the working of his mighty strength, which he wrought in Mashiach when he raised him from the dead and seated him at his right hand in the heavenlies, far above all rule and authority and power and mastery, and every name that is named, not only in this age, but also in that which is to come. And he put all under his feet and gave him to be head over all to the assembly, which is his body, the completeness of him who fills all in all. And a lot of wisdom and knowledge right there. Powerful stuff, man. Go look at Ephesians 5. 5:15 and 16 says, Ephesians 5:15 and 16, see then that you walk exactly, not as unwise, but as wise, redeeming the time, because the days are wicked. So then do not be foolish, but understand what the desire of Yahuwah is. And do not be drunk with wine, in which is loose behavior, but be filled with the Ruach, speaking to each other in psalms and songs of praise and Ruach-like songs, singing and striking the strings in your heart to the Master, giving thanks always for all to Yahuwah the Father in the name of our Master Yahushua Mashiach, subjecting yourselves to each other in the fear of Yahuwah. So building each other up with love, rather than tearing each other down with knowledge, worldly knowledge. Colossians Colossians 3:16. Colossians 3:16. Let the word of Mashiach dwell in you richly, teaching and admonishing one another in all wisdom, singing with pleasure in your hearts to the Master in psalms and songs of praise and Ruach-like songs. You know, I wonder, somebody suggested it last week, and I've been kind of thinking about it. And then it goes on, it says, and whatever you do in word or deed, do all in the name of the Master Yahusha, giving thanks to Yahuwah the Father through him. There's some wisdom for you. Now, I was thinking about just singing, psalms of praise and Ruach-like songs in the Nazarene Assembly, like the whole group that's on the live broadcast sing a song together in order to worship and praise Yahuwah. Something to think about. Maybe we should be doing that. Seems to be connected to wisdom, doesn't it? So let's look at 4. Colossians 4:5-6. It says, walk in wisdom toward those who are outside, redeeming the time. Let your word always be with favor, seasoned with salt, so that you know how you ought to answer each one. Look at James. James 1:5 says, if any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask of you Elohim, who gives to all generously and without reproach, and it shall be given to him. So don't forget to ask for wisdom. If you seek it, ask for it. James 3:13 says, let's go to James 3:13. It says, who is wise and understanding among you? Let him show by his good behavior his works in meekness of wisdom. That means when you receive wisdom and knowledge, stay humble, because others are still learning and struggling to get to the level where you're at. It takes a lot of work, research, praying, and reading to get to higher each level. And so those that have reached a high level of wisdom or understanding of Yahuwah need to humble themselves, bring yourselves down to their level in order to help them, boost them up the next level and the next level and the next level, or far up to 7 levels of understanding and wisdom. 7 heavens. Okay, so look at James 3:17. It says, but the wisdom from above is first clean, then peaceable, gentle, ready to obey, filled with compassion and good fruits, without partiality and without hypocrisy. And the fruit of righteousness is sown in peace by those who made peace. All right. So humble yourselves so that your wisdom produces fruit, not subtraction, but multiplication. So you don't want the tree of life to drop fruit. You want it to multiply the fruit and be filled with fruit and abundant. You know. Now look at Revelations 5. Revelations 5, 11 and 12 says, Revelation 5, 11 and 12, says, and I looked and I heard the voice of many Malachim around the throne, and the living creatures and the elders, and the number of them was myriads and myriads and thousands of thousands, saying with a loud voice, worthy is the Lamb, having been slain to receive power and riches and wisdom and strength and respect and esteem and blessing. Okay, so just about done here now. Let's go ahead and end tonight's study by reading a chapter in Psalms. So everybody go to Psalms 37. I'll give you a minute to get there. Psalms 37. Psalms 37. Do not fret because of evil doers. Do not be envious of the workers of lawlessness, for they soon wither like grass and fade like green plants. Trust in Yahuwah and do good. Dwell in the arets and feed on steadfastness, and delight yourself in Yahuwah, and let him give you the desires of your heart. That brings up a thought in my mind. Let's pause for a second here. If you're searching for a gift or a miracle of any kind, you should look in the scriptures and start quoting passages that are referring to what you're seeking, like we're doing right now. If you're seeking wisdom, you should be studying wisdom like we're doing and speaking the passages out loud and claiming them in your life. Because matter of factly, they've already been given. They're there for the taking for anyone who has the wisdom and the understanding to take it. It's already there. It's not something you have to ask for. He's already given it to you. You just need to claim it and speak it into your life or the life of others if you're doing an intercession prayer. So such as healing. We'll use healing for an example. Say you're looking for healing for yourself or somebody else. Then we should go and quote Psalms 53, where it says, I am healed. We are healed by his stripes. We are healed. Because he's already proclaimed that. He already died for that. It's there for the taking. You don't have to, he doesn't have to give it to you. He's already given it to you. So all you have to do is claim it. By his stripes, I am healed. Amen. And believe. Because he's already given it. It's not something you have to ask for. It's just something you have to claim and believe in. And claim it for yourself or whoever you're praying for. By his stripes, we are healed. Bam. See him? It's just that way. So when you ask for something that he's already given, in a way, that's unbelief. And so maybe you need to pray, Yahuwah, I believe, but help me with my unbelief. Give me strength, wisdom, and understanding to pray correctly and to ask and claim with the gifts that you've already given me. That's why Scripture says he ascended into heaven and gave gifts to men, took captivity captive and gave gifts to men. He's already given it. All you have to do is claim it. Okay, so let's get back to this Psalms 37 here. Commit your way to Yahuwah and trust in him, and he does it. And he does it. For he shall bring forth your righteousness as the light, and your right ruling as midday. Rest in Yahuwah and wait patiently for him. Do not fret because of him who prospers in his way, because of the man doing wicked devices. Abstain from displeasure and forsake wrath. Do not fret also to do evil, for evildoers are cut off. But those who wait on Yahuwah, they shall inherit the earth. Yet a little while, and the wrong is no more. And you shall look on his place, but it is not. But the meek, or the humble, meek is humble, but the meek ones shall inherit the earth and delight themselves in plenty of peace. The evildoer plots against the righteous and gnashes his teeth at him. Yahuwah laughs at him, for he sees that his day is coming. The wrong have drawn the sword and have bent their bow to cause the poor and needy to fall, to slay those who walk straightly. You got any doubt that these people are your enemy? And they're your enemies. You have to love them, but at least know that they're your enemies. Their sword does enter into their own heart, and their bows are broken. Better is the little of the upright one than the riches of many evildoers. For the arms of the evildoers are broken, but Yahuwah sustains the righteous. Yahuwah knows the days of the perfect, and their inheritance is forever. They are not ashamed in a time of evil, and in the days of scarcity of food, they are satisfied. But the wrongdoers shall perish, and the enemies of Yahuwah, like the splendor of the meadows, they vanish. Like smoke, they vanish away. The evildoer is borrowing and does not repay, but the righteous one shows favor and gives. For his blessed ones inherit the earth, but those cursed by him are cut off. The steps of a man are ordered by Yahuwah. Sounds like predetermination to me, or predestination. And he delights in his way. Though he falls, he is not cast down, for Yahuwah is supporting his hand. I have been young, and now I am old. Yet I have not seen the righteous forsaken, or his seed begging bread. All day long he is showing favor and lending, and his seed is for a blessing. Turn away from evil and do good and dwell forever. For Yahuwah loves right ruling and does not forsake his kind ones. They shall be guarded forever, but the seed of the evildoers is cut off. The righteous shall inherit the earth and dwell in it forever. The mouth of the righteous speaks wisdom, and his tongue talks of right ruling. The Torah of his Elohim is in his heart. His steps do not slide. The wicked one is watching for the righteous and is seeking to slay him. Yahuwah does not leave him in his hand, or let him be declared wrong when he is judged. Wait on Yahuwah and guard his way, and he shall exalt you to inherit the earth. When the evildoers are cut off, you shall see it. I have seen the evildoer in great power and spreading himself like a native green tree. Yet he passed away, and see, he was not. And I sought him, but he was not found. Watch the perfect and observe the straight, for the latter end of each is peace. But the transgressors shall be destroyed together. The latter end of the wrong shall be cut off. But the deliverance of the righteous is from Yahuwah, their strength in time of distress. And Yahuwah does help them and deliver them. He delivers them from the evildoers and saves them, because they took refuge in him. Wow. And finally, let's go to Psalms 91. Psalms 91, and we're going to wrap her up right now. He who dwells in the secret place of the Most High, who abides under the shadow of the Almighty, he is saying of Yahuwah, my refuge and my stronghold, my Elohim, in whom I trust. For he delivers you from the snare of a trapper, from the destructive pestilence. He covers you with his feathers, and under his wings you take refuge. His truth is a shield and armor. You are not afraid of the dread of night, or the arrow that flies by day, of the pestilence that walks in darkness, of destruction that ravages at midday. 1,000 fall at your side, and 10,000 at your right hand, but it does not come near you. Only with your eyes you look on and see the reward of the wrong ones, which is annihilation. And see the reward of the wrong ones, because you have made Yahuwah my refuge, the Most High, your dwelling place. No evil befalls you, and a plague does not come near your tent, for he commands his messengers concerning you, to guard you in all your ways. They bear you up in their hands, lest you dash your foot against a stone. You tread upon lion and cobra, young lion and serpent you trample underfoot, because he cleaves to me in love. Therefore I deliver him, I set him on high, because he has known my name. When he calls on me, I answer him. I am with him in distress. I deliver him and esteem him. With long life I satisfy him and show him my deliverance. All right, folks, that's a wrap. I hope everyone got as much out of this study as I did. Very powerful stuff here this evening. And it's maybe possibly one of the most powerful studies we've done. There's so much there, hard to absorb it all. And so it'd probably be worth your time to rewatch this video when you get a chance. You have a quiet day or quiet time. Maybe be wise to revisit this video and watch it again. And so I urge everyone to watch this one again because I think it's really important. So thanks for being here. Thanks for everybody being in the chat room, chatting up a storm, being kind to each other and loving each other and helping each other. Showing, being a great representative of Yahuwah. And thank everybody for and the ones at Incognito, been watching Incognito, and wouldn't be the same without you. I know you're a big group, and so appreciate y'all being here every week. And thanks to Speedy and his faction for being here every week. And don't forget about tomorrow. We started a new study last week in Samuel. So we're in 1 Samuel, and it's really interesting, great study. And I'm sure we'll get a lot of wisdom and knowledge out of tomorrow's study group, scriptural study group. And so everybody's invited. It's on the same station here, Sparking You as Yah. And it's at 12 o'clock noon, so different time. So 12 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Netzarim Assembly will take place in obedience to the Torah, and we will study the scriptures together, which is a very wise thing to do. If you're in Texas, it's 11 o'clock a.m. If you're in Phoenix, 10 o'clock a.m. And if you're on the West Coast out there, sucking in that saltwater air, it'll be at 9 o'clock. So it'll be morning for you. You have to get up and grab your coffee and join us. And so everyone's invited. I urge everyone to be there and to obtain the knowledge of Yahuwah and to seek wisdom and truth. So be there or be square. And remember to stay in love with Yahusha. So long, beloved of Yahuwah. See y'all next week, or see you tomorrow. Your perceived choice. If you've never had the opportunity to express yourself or to relate with the Ruach HaKodesh has given you, if you've always been told to be quiet and be silent and sit there and not say anything, and you've been bursting to share the fire of the Ruach HaKodesh in you, this is the place you want to be tomorrow, 12 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's your chance to speak and be heard. So don't miss it. Don't blow it. Take advantage of the opportunity and show up and enter into the live broadcast, because it will be live. All righty. So, see you tomorrow or next week. Your perceived choice. So peace, joy, and love to everyone. So long, folks.